What's up, friends? No day hacking. We have targeted the launch of the beta of 1.0 for next Monday. Which means I gotta fucking hustle. So, what does that mean? Well, clone fresh. Any issues? Make a new project. Any issues? Now I know there's some issues. Specifically around dependencies. So let's figure it out. Okay, first let's just clone a new repo. Elizaos. That's gonna take a while.
Starting an online business is an exciting journey filled with opportunities to create financial independence and pursue your passions. However, succeeding in the digital marketplace requires a combination of planning, execution, and adaptability. This guide will walk you through every essential step, from identifying your niche and setting up your online presence to marketing your products or services and scaling your business. By the end,
Okay.
Hello, hello. Ah. I was just getting a fresh coffee.
What's going on?
So I've got a bug report, a simple bug I was going to work on.
Which version?
I'm on Dev 2, Develop 2. I just rebased.
Oh no. Okay. That's ancient history.
Is that okay?
Well,
Develop 2 is ancient history.
I mean, v2-develop is...
Yes, v2-develop.
Okay, great.
That's what I'm on.
Okay, great.
I'm on V2, elizaos, Eliza v2 develop.
Great.
That's what I'm on. I just rebased on top of that.
I would be more surprised if you didn't have a bug. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. What you got?
This bug gets developed. It's super simple. It's in the documentation tool.
The autodoc?
Yes, autodoc. I created a patch that would allow you to run it without AI. It would allow you to write out the requests that it's going to do, and the response is now also with AI. So here's the response from the LLM. Here's the request in. And it's just missing all of its context. It just says for this file with its components, but it has no other information. So the rest of it's kind of hallucinated, I guess, the answer.
I see.
Yeah?
Yes. That is
So
a
I'm gonna
problem.
fix that. Yeah. So
Great.
That's what I was going to work on.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it probably
And I have
worked at some point, but I moved it and repackaged it a little bit into like a first-class package, so I probably fucked it up.
Okay.
It's probably
I'll
some
fix
path
it,
issue.
No problem.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then I have a suggestion that we use Typebox because I was fighting here with Autodoc. I can show you. And I made it so I can run it without AI. So I have the no AI flag, and that broke everything. And I have a bunch of stuff in there for constructing the JSON that it expects. There's a lot of any types in there, so I was thinking if we use Typebox to define the expectations and say we're expecting a structure with this type, and then Typebox will generate a deserializer and a checker for us.
Yeah. I like that idea. I think we're already using Zod in a lot of places, so we could probably just use Zod.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Then use Zod. That's fine.
Yeah. We did use. The question, I guess, is what JSON are you trying to validate?
Well, this is in Autodoc. So Autodoc is using the LLM to generate JSON, and then it's validating the JSON from the LLM.
Oh, for Autodoc, yeah, do whatever you think is best. I know. I see what you're saying. You want schema validation, essentially.
For Autodoc.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go nuts.
Cool. So I can use Typebox for that.
I don't.
Or Zod.
I'd rather use Zod, but I'm not super attached on that package because it's kind of its own thing. You know.
Well, take a look at this Typebox from Sinclair, Typebox Workbench, Typebox CodeGen.
Yeah, I've used Typebox with feathers before, and I liked it for generating schema.
Have you seen the Typebox Workbench? Here, I'll send a link. It's super nice. It's a website. I love it. You can just dump your Typebox in there, and it generates you anything you need.
Yeah.
In like 1,000 different forms.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan. I'm not opposed to it. I would say that since it's not in the hot path, it's not adding any like library dependencies to our core.
Mm-hmm.
Do whatever makes you happy.
Okay, and then I'd like to use some kind of plant UML and do a formal UML reverse engineering of your design and document it, and then show the difference between version 1 and version 2 for people to understand.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah?
That's interesting.
Plant UML has sequence diagrams, it has deployment diagrams, it has class diagrams, we have relationship diagrams.
Yeah.
I was just looking at...
Found a good bit of it.
Great. I was just looking at these diagrams. These are great. I'd just like to formalize them into some kind of UML tool.
Yeah, it would be really good to have something like this for the database, especially since we did a pretty serious. Yeah. That would be very good. It's going to change quite a lot.
I'd like to include the Git repository in the database, and not just have knowledge, but knowledge about commits, knowledge about branches, knowledge about runs. Like, we're going to run a process on this Git commit, and it has this result, and we can track that with a hash. Like Nix and GUIX does, Geeks. They track all of the dependencies. Whenever you build something, it's building from this version, and it's producing this executable, and then it has this process that runs, and it's all reproducible.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge to manage all that context. I think in the long run, when we have like 2 million token context, that will be a very tenable approach. But I think you're probably going to end up...
I'll keep that separate then for now.
Yeah, my sister just ended up fighting a lot of that with... Like, I do think definitely if you could figure out a way to kind of combine RAG with diffs, and it doesn't... maybe less thinking of, like, granular diffs of, like, okay, every change, every update, every build, but maybe more like release to release, But you have a pretty like meaty diff, yeah.
Like a diff in the UML diagram, basically, or some high-level, concise representation, like a roll-up, basically. That compresses everything into one small chunk, and then you can compare those.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. That could be very useful for more comprehensive change logs, for explanations of upgrade path, automatically generating like migration guides, stuff like that. Be a lot of interesting things.
Yes, migration guides. Schema migrations. There you go. It's basically we're going to go from one schema migration to the next, right?
Yeah.
If you can imagine. So we convert the code commit into a schema, and then we do a morphism or a migration between schemas.
Yeah. I mean,
just some idea.
Obviously, that's what we're doing on the database already with migrations and stuff, and we can generate graphs of that. But I do think we don't have anything between the major versions, and we don't have any migration from version 1 to version 2 either from the database.
Okay.
Something that we should think about.
Plugins and everything.
Yeah. If there's a couple of things, if you have any interest in going on a side quest, one is thinking about, well, how do we migrate users from version 1 to version 2? And I have on my list to make an regex plus AI auto plugin updater, which will make the requisite changes for the APIs and can do find and replace, but then also just like run over it with a Claude to fix the things. Oh, you have a client. Okay, let's rewrite that as a service because we've refactored that, or blah blah blah. That's one thing. So I think there's that aspect, and then I think we probably also need the same thing for a database updater, where that's more straightforward and deterministic, where we have a set of tables from the last version of 0.25 or whatever, and we want to go to 1.0.0. Figuring out, okay, well, what does that migration look like? And probably, so we gotta do that. And then the last thing is, there's probably a lot of, you said there's like, you're mentioning any types. Like, the reality is that our type system is very weak. There's a lot of opportunities where we have polymorphic types to have strong polymorphic types, if it takes this kind of content or that kind of content or whatever, and have stronger type guarantees across the board. So, those would be things that I would love to see, and I will probably work on after I get all the beta stuff shipped. And
great.
I'm racing to have the beta shipped by Monday of
okay.
V2, so I'm going to be working on this all day, every day for the next 4 days. We have a nice
Well,
new...
I can join you because
Cool.
I can join you.
Cool.
And yeah, I can join you with that, and I can help you ship your beta. It's not a problem. I can help you make a release.
The
I've done
biggest...
a lot of release management for banks and stuff like that.
Awesome. The biggest thing I could use help with is if you run into things that are bothering you, just fixing them, because we're having a few dependency issues, which I'll be working on in a second with a CLI, and just getting the CLI to be really smooth. And then just, anything that comes up, like why doesn't this work, or what's up with this?
Well, the first thing that came up was it's installing YouTube. It's installing all these plugins. I don't know how many of them we need for the beginning.
Yeah.
For your version.
Yeah. So our goal is to move all of the plugins out. I just wanted to develop with them there, but that is a big thing for me, is to get. So adding to the CLI like kind of a npx elizaos publish that'll publish plugins, and then I'm making a script that will go and auto publish all of the plugins, and we'll just delete them out of the repo. I'm just completely.
So you want to migrate the plugins out, okay?
Yeah.
Good. So I can start with that. If you're not working on that.
If you feel comfortable with it, it's pretty complex though, because we have to publish them to a registry. We already have like plugin repos, and so we want to version them.
Yep.
I'd say that this is something I'm pretty deep in, and I was gonna work on.
Oh, okay, sure. Can I mention something that I've done in my branch?
Yeah.
That I haven't actually shared too much, but it's I created a vendor directory for the plugins, and the way I'm deploying my servers is that I submodule in all the plugins with all the exact branches that I use, so that I can control them and I keep it from going crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So
the way that we have, if I can show you on my screen really quick. So we have this elizaos plugins org.
Yes, and I forked a whole bunch of stuff. I sent you pull requests for those.
Yeah, great. And you saw the registry.
I haven't figured out how the registry works, but I saw the registry. It has a list of plugins. It has a list of where to find them.
Yeah. So what I've been doing is reworking the registry a bit. You can see we've got like a nice little display. There's actually a better website than this, but it's a website.
Your screen here.
Got this.
Okay, I see it. Yes, that's great.
This registry. So what I'm working on, if we go to index.json, you'll see this is the registry, and this is you can see it's very simple, and that simplicity, well, it's got some problems. Like, how do I know what version I'm downloading for, what version of the thing I'm using and stuff like that? So what I'm doing as a refactor is saying, okay, well, this is version 1, and I'm appending a version 2 to the bottom. Let's go to registry.
Now pip has I think pip or JSON also has a way to specify the versions. I'm basically using submodule syntax, but you can do that in let me see.
Yeah. Imagine
the version now.
No, so this does not have the versions. But what I've done is I've created a new V2 stack. So we're going to kind of be backwards compatible and not break the current ecosystem. We'll just let them do their thing. And the way this works,
that version.
Yeah, well, what I'll do with these versions is that they actually point to files and packages, and then I have JSON files in here for each package. So, like that. And it'll probably have to be a hash so that it's unique. But and then this in here, and I thought I had the example here, but I guess I deleted it. But
so you can just drop in those files, and then you can pin a version that way.
Yeah. So then when you publish, from the CLI to your Git repo. It'll ask you for a personal access token, or you can deploy it to npm, whichever one you want. And then once you've deployed it, it'll then make a PR to the registry with the new updated version. So we kind of have a parallel registry to npm. So yeah, you can publish npm, but then when we have our CLI and you're setting up your plugins, this will be how we know like who is connected to our registry, in on our side. And then we can kind of build, we can say, okay, well, these guys are cool. We know they're not going to drop a a wallet drainer into this plugin OpenAI, their maintainers. So we'll give that an official tag or whatever we want to do with that kind of thing. So anyway,
like a trust metric.
Yeah, that is exactly where we want to go. And then pretty soon you have benchmarks, you have trust metrics. You're like, okay, let's have a marketplace. Let's be a whole one-stop shop for all this. And you kind of legitimized a future business model that just needs some adoption first to be viable. So this is kind of I have this idea of this, and then instead of storing just here and going and parsing, we will store the individual version data in a JSON file here. And then we will publish that with npx elizaos publish. Plugin
packages.
Publish. Actually, it should be publish.
So packages is going to basically contain the packages directory is going to contain, or that's inside of packages, right?
Yeah.
Yes, packages plugin.
Yeah, it's going to contain data for each of the different packages that you can install from the CLI. And then you can say npx elizaos plugin add, I don't know, whatever you want.
Okay, that's
add
great.
elizaos -plugin / OpenAI, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yes, I love it.
So that's like what
And
I'm
then
working
if
on.
you used,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that very much.
Now, if you go npx elizaos /CLI @alpha right now, and you say create, it will actually create a new project, and then you can go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and this is what I've been working on. So this has the whole runtime, the REST API, the client. This has everything in it, right? But
It's very nice.
this is where things are a little buggy still, and this is what I gotta get done in the next.
I see.
48
so you
hours.
Need help testing this. You need help testing this plugin.
Well, I would say that this is actually how you just run this now. This whole how you run V2 now is you just run npx.
The CLI.
Yeah. Everything is CLI driven, even inside the monorepo now.
Okay.
And then I can say, okay, I'm here, and then I can say
That's great.
start. But it will probably have a plugin issue. See, it's having an issue loading plugins. If I run start, I think it'll work actually. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, yeah. So now it started up.
That's great.
And we have terrible logs here, but hopefully I'll show you.
I was working on logging. I integrated an open standard called Open Telemetry, OTEL. And I have it logging to two different log providers that are open source. One is called Zipkin, which is Java. And then there was another one called SigInt, or Signos, which is a free tier hosting for customers.
Let's connect with Sayo is working on that as well. He's not doing open telemetry though, and that's probably we might want that kind of logging as well. But what we've been doing is thinking of logging as like I need to talk to the agent, right? And I need to see what they're actually thinking. So we're going to try and add. We actually have. You can see that there's logs now in the UI. It's a logs thing. But what I really want is I want to see the logs right here on the right. I want to see when I'm talking to the agent, like what they're thinking and what's going through their system. So that's definitely something.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to surface that in the GUI.
Yeah. Let me show you one other.
In the client, inside of the client.
Yes.
Okay.
But Sayo's working on that, so we want to,
Oh, okay. No, I already did the Zipkin. I did the OTEL. It's already. I can send you a pull request. I already have it. I'm not working on it right now. It's already done.
Yeah. That's cool. Let's just make sure we're all coordinated on.
Yes.
Because there might be some merge conflicts.
I sent you some pull requests. I had some. So when I implemented the OTEL, I had problems with some of the type libraries with this, and I sent you some pull requests for those. But I'm sure they're not so important right now. You're very busy on your release.
I'll take a
how
look.
can I help you with your release? It doesn't matter. We can do it later. How can I help you with your release?
The biggest thing is just use the V2 CLI build. Like just keep doing what you're doing, and then just fix anything that's broken. Everything is shipped. Everything is ready for release. We have it's all CI/CD is working. It's just there's some bugs. This is another fun thing. Check this out. This is Eliza desktop. So we got
nice. Look at that.
Yeah. It's a Tori app that wraps the CLI and it launches the CLI and then calls a web view into the CLI's hosted version. So it's like
That's very nice. Look at that.
it's very thin. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yes.
Very cool stuff.
So we can ship an executable.
So I have the I've been working on the one-click AWS installer.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And I have it working, and I have also now I generated a cloud formation for every plugin with all of the parameters. And they'll be set in AWS SSM, so it's completely reusable in 17 different regions of the world. You can launch it.
Oh, interesting. That'd be really cool to
Yeah.
make a what's it called, a AWS cloud like marketplace build, whatever they call their marketplace. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Could be
Yes.
profitable.
Yes. It's called an AMI.
Yeah, you make
Yeah,
the
vendor
AMI and then
AMI.
you sell it on their cloud or their whatever the thing.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet. I have it as CloudFormation one-click installers, so it's completely free. I'm not licensing it. It's all open source. It's all checked in, including the Terraform and the CloudFormations.
Man, we should really put that on the AWS marketplace.
I can set up an AWS marketplace. It's no problem.
It sounds profitable.
It could be. I actually haven't thought about that, but I can definitely do that. I've been focused more on the open source side. I was hoping to fund myself via consulting and not having to charge licenses, but the AWS marketplace I think would be actually very good for people. It'd be easy to use. I'll look into that, okay?
It's not a bad idea.
But first I want to update I have a
It's not our focus right now.
so I have the AWS so let me tell you what I've been doing real quick if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
I have the AWS code build that builds on the ARM64 platform because I don't have an ARM64 processor to build on, and I'm actually paying for that out of pocket. And it's a build system. It delivers then the Docker. It delivers the images to Docker, and it contains the ARM64 images. And then the one-click installer will pull those from Docker Hub for free for the customers, so they can deploy Eliza. And this runs on the AWS free tier, which is free for 2025. They're giving away a 2 gigabyte Graviton processor, and I've got it running on that.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if I think it could be a lot simpler now to with the CLI to get the installation stuff. Like the whole
That's
AMI
what I
could
was
be
saying.
like nothing.
Why don't I work on updating my Docker image and get the new version, the V2, running inside of this, and then we can also launch that awesome web GUI. I think people would love it.
Yeah, totally. I think you could probably just use a regular like node Docker image and then just run the npx. I don't even think it needs anything custom.
Well, I'm building the images, and I have to build. I mean, when I was doing it, I don't know if they fixed the problem with that embedding tool. But I had to do days and days worth of work to get it to work. It was actually a nightmare.
With the embeddings inside of Eliza?
The embedding tool, which requires an ARM64 build, which wasn't at the time working in January. I don't know if they fixed that yet.
Oh, you mean on the Amazon side? Or the
On the Node.js it loads a library, an embeddings module.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we fixed that by moving it out of core and moving it into its own local AI package. So this is why we got to get the plugins out. If we get the plugins out, then, well, I mean, the CLI doesn't have the plugin, so the CLI will just work because you're not having to clone the repo or like install Node.js or anything. You're just running the like built CLI, and also the CLI ships it.
If I want to run my server, I need the embeddings tool to embed the text.
Yeah.
That's part.
But you can do that with OpenAI,
Requires...
or you can do that with like that has its own module now though. In the version that you're using,
Okay,
I'll take a look. I'll take a look at that. It should be fixed, but it was definitely like before it was shoved into core, and so that was a core dependency. So that just broke like on everything, like Replit and everything else.
Okay.
It should work now.
I'll take a look then. Thank you.
Yeah, I got it working on Replit. Other than this failed to import plugins issue, which I got to fix. Once I fix this, we should be in good shape to run on any free tier kind of thing.
Okay, well, I'll update my Docker package then.
Sweet.
I'd like to see that working.
Me too, man.
I haven't spent the time on version 2 because I spent so much time just getting version 1 working, and I was so sick of it, I needed a break.
Yeah, man, I get it. The version 2 team is also, I mean, it's very new. Let's just say it's the CLI is like a total game changer. And I merged the agent package into the CLI. So the CLI has the loader, it has everything in it.
Good.
Oh, it's so much better.
So CLI is the agent, has the runtime.
Yes, exactly. And that means that's
good.
What allows us portability, where you don't have to clone the repo anymore. You just run the CLI, and it's got literally everything. And if you look, like I created a project. I'll show you one more thing that I'm pretty happy with. You saw I created a project. I'll go to like test project.
I could just get that screen bigger somehow. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I need glasses. That's what I need.
Dude, I have pretty good near sight. My eyes are very strong at looking at things from 1 foot away, but everything else. Okay, so.
Okay, yeah. Now I see it with glasses.
So now this project is an old version. 30 is an old version. So I'm going to say, okay, well, at elizaos/CLI, I'm going to update it. And in theory, well, it might not actually be an old version. Let's see what version we're on. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was the wrong. I need to do alpha.
Because you're on 30.
Yeah, I have to be very careful. I have to do that.
I see. So that's a different version now. You're using npx to run a different version.
Yeah, now it's 35.
Okay.
So it updated the project,
Nice.
right? Let's look at the project. I have an index, which has my character. I have an init character function. And then I have a project agent. So my project agent has a character, a list of plugins, and an init function. That way I can like set up my runtime. And you can see it passes the runtime in, so I can do whatever I want with my runtime. So this is my starter.
That's great.
It comes with a starter plugin. You can see it's just got like a starter plugin, which shows some of the different examples of how to use events and routes, tests, models. And that's
very nice.
That's what you get when you run npm create eliza, right? That this is what it creates, in theory.
And then you can customize that. Now, the documentation tool, imagine if we could rewrite the documentation tool as an Eliza plugin like that, like the AutoDoc.
Well, yeah. Okay, so let me show you another thing that you might not have seen, that is crucial to all of this. We have this thing called the org. I don't know if you've seen the org. It is our Swarm demo. We have this folder called the org, and
I don't think I've seen the org.
this is. Whoa. Young, I'm gonna mute you just because you're.
The org
Never
is
mind.
speaking.
Figured it out. Cool. Okay. So in the org we have 6 different agents. We have the community manager, DevRel, investment manager, liaison, project manager, and social media
there you
manager.
go.
So the things that you're thinking about, like it would be cool. Yeah.
DevRel.
Yes. Exactly. And DevRel.
DevRel needs a.
DevRel's our boy Eddie, who Odie kind of started Eddie. I think kind of on as a joke on Eddie Lazarin, the CTO of A16Z. So there's a little bit of lore there. And you can see that these are the default plugins that Eddie starts up with, but we can kind of add anything we want. And we definitely want to, on my list of to-dos after I get the CLI to work, is to really make sure that RAG is very robust. And we really want, we want Eddie to have, be able to answer questions using project documentation, be able to write code and help people with their code, be able to direct people and know, like, well, you're on version that, like, well, you should know, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you should probably upgrade to the new version if you want that feature, I mean, you can imagine that's going to be uncanny. And if it works for us, it's going to work for 1,000 other open source projects that are just kind of building out on Discord too.
Now let me bring up what works for us, because right now my agent is down. I guess I have to reboot it again. I guess it ran out of memory. Have you encountered that?
I don't know.
Do you have problems that your agents just crash for no reason?
Man, I have problems. I'm like, yes, but for the most part, we worked it out. So, like, pretty much everything has just ended up with a try handler around it, try catch, and retries and stuff. I have not had that experience recently.
Rust. I was thinking about Rust and as a memory safe language, and if we could, I need to look at the memory usage. I know that there was one issue with memory leaks.
Well, I mean, I don't think we should. If we have memory leaks, I don't think Rust is going to help us.
Okay.
One, we don't have a team that knows Rust, and it's going to be extremely hard to develop quickly.
Yes, of course. It would be a huge, monstrous task.
Yeah, there's been
Like
some
way out of
interest. I think that the reason to build for Rust is if you're doing like government contract work, then it makes a lot of sense. There are directives in Fortune 500 to move toward fast, efficient memory, type-safe languages, blah, 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 memory safe.
Yeah, OCaml, the
But
OCaml crew from, yeah.
But the reality is like we're talking to each other on an app built in TypeScript. Discord is obviously a very similar technology wrapper. It's not the tech. It's programming. Like if our agent is running slow, we could probably just go through and parallelize all the async calls and get like 50% more performance. And generally, I think that that's the approach. Is if we have a memory leak, it's because we have a memory leak. It's because there's bad programming somewhere, and moving to a harder language is going to make it worse because we're going to make more mistakes.
That's cool. Okay, then let me look at this. I understand where you're going. I don't think I've seen the org yet. Is that in a special branch, or is that in?
That is just in V2 now. That is like the demo. When you start bun run start now, that's what starts up. But you have to put in the environment variables so that the agents show up on Discord. I'll show you what that looks like.
What directory is it in again?
It's in packages. It's a package called the org.
Packages the org. Oh yeah.
And we'll probably move it to its own thing eventually, but it's just right now it's easy to.
So you created this with your tool where you just said package. You said Eliza, create this package then.
No, I created the package creator tool yesterday or the day before or something.
Wow.
But it was inspired by the structure, obviously.
Very cool. I have a lot to learn. Thank you for your update. This is amazing. I have so much written down here in my notes. I have 2 pages of notes I have to go through it now.
Yeah, awesome.
I'll get back to working on upgrading to V2 and upgrading my deployment tool for that. I'd like to actually get that running.
Cool. I'll show you this one last thing, just so you understand that like I have this thing called the org, and I actually have these agents, and I talk to them, and I have all right, Laura, like
Where do you talk to them?
In Discord. I have like an org called the org, or a server called the org, and
let me see if I can get your screen up. Here, I see. Look at that.
So I can, I'm talking to Jimmy.
And there's Eddie.
We're scheduling some meetings. This is pretty hallucinated though. Still just, we're working on it at this point.
Yeah.
Saying, all right, Laura, let's write a banger tweet. She says, hey, I'll tweet this. And I said, looks good, post it. I didn't have the credentials in, so there was a problem. But working on things like, this is a confirmation, right? So she said, I'll tweet this. This is actually waiting for me to confirm. And because I'm the owner of this server, I have privileges to confirm the posting. So there's some new stuff with, I'll show you one last thing here.
I have a whole ticket system. I have a whole permission system that I wanted to talk to you about, and I have to see what you're doing here.
So when the agent joins the server, they onboard by DMing me and asking for onboarding instructions. So Jimmy here is like, hey, I need to configure a few things. Do you have a moment? I'm like, yeah, sure. And we go through blah, 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 onboards. This guy was Gary, now he's Jimmy, so it's kind of different. But you can see I go through the onboarding with him. We talked through our whole thing, and then we're like, okay, cool, we're all confirmed. Excellent work. We've successfully configured your settings for serious business. Boom.
And it records all of this in its memory?
Yeah, it saves this as settings to the world, and then it ties the world to the owner of the world, and then the owner can go say, "Hey, Jimmy, Mike here is your boss." Okay, and that will go update the role and say, "Well, now Mike is an admin for me, Jimmy, and you now have admin ownership over anything that Jimmy could do." And this is how we can do like a permissioning of the agent's capabilities across our team. And so this is why what the org is really about is, can we make useful agents that do useful things that we want in our community, in our servers, in our open source projects, in our remote teams, in our DAOs.
Yes.
And we can use this role permissioning so that instead of me giving you my Twitter credentials, I can say, well, you are now the boss of Laura, and Laura has our Twitter credentials, and as long as you don't screw it up, and when you're like, hey Laura, post this scammy meme coin, and Laura's gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's against our brand guidelines. You crazy dude. Yeah. So you've got this kind of like final AI protecting you, but still giving the credential or capability to these like random members of the community. It allows you to be much more flexible and open without having to be like, okay, we're going to go get like a LastPass or a 1Password and share it with this random person and stuff.
That's great. And then you can put your and then you can also put a human approval in the loop if you want it.
Sure.
Like I have to run that to Shaw because that's that goes over my my level here.
Exactly. And so we have this idea now of tasks in the code, and so it can create a task called awaiting confirmation or awaiting choice, and be like, hey, that's cool, but let me go ask Shaw about that. And they can then create a task for me to then say, yeah, that's cool, I will do that. And it can also DM me with the Rolodex, say, okay, cool, now I got to go DM Shaw and be like, hey, by the way, like, can you confirm this thing and send me a link to the channel? Like that stuff should all be done. Wow. We have the primitives for all of this.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah,
very good.
So that's what
so I'd like to create a way that I can use AWS API or any API that we can bind in through TypeScript, and say, hey, let's import this API, and then we can wrap that with an agent that's able to use it.
Yeah. So I've been thinking about this a lot, and this is similar to the problem of MCP. Have you been following MCP at all?
Yep, there you go.
And it's also like, we could just generally say like anything with a Swagger would be the same thing, like Open API spec, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we want to be able to generate either a provider or an action, right? So actions are things the agent can do, which would be like send an email, and then providers would be things like get my inbox, right?
AWS is a provider, S3 provider.
Yes. And we actually have an S3 provider, and I just broke the Node plugin out, so we have an S3 plugin, yeah. But it'd be great to have an S3 provider that says, hey, what are the files that I have, or what are the relevant files, or, I'm currently in this directory, and then I have an action to change you can imagine all kinds of things, however you want to do this thing.
I was experimenting with something yesterday. Right now it's just a giant blob of TypeScript, but I'll like drop it somewhere where you can take a look at it. But the basic idea being like trying to give like a meta layer for something like Claude code, where you have like semantic code indexing, and then you have like a .claude folder with like patterns and stuff like that.
I mean, I was thinking we just need a Claude code plugin pretty bad. Once we get over V2, we can just add so much cool stuff like computer usage, and those things will be pretty trivial.
Yeah, I mean, I as much as I hate MCP, we probably should like make sure that we can at least talk to it.
Yeah. So my thinking there was, well, what if we have a starter project, right? Like and we could do some, going back to it, we could just do Amazon APIs, but I'll bet you that there's already MCP for like all of the Amazon APIs.
Yeah, for almost everything.
So what we'd probably want to do is just say like, let's just do an MCP action like plugin wrapper that lets us wrap MCP actions and data inputs, and say, okay, well, these are the two things we want. We want to be able to get input. We want to be able to send output. and we'll have a discovery mechanism to locate any existing MCP servers and just download and run them. So if we can find an Amazon, then like screw building that and screw trying to generate it. But if we can't, it would be really cool to have a starter project where we could just generate the freaking code, you know, and say, okay, well, practically speaking, like Claude can one-shot any AWS API. I'm not worried about that. It just needs like a starter project to do that, and then maybe like it could just basically do test-driven development with itself until it passes all of its own tests. And then once it does, we have a little containerized MCP server, which outputs a like a known schema, and then we can just pass that in and say, okay, well, here's your available plugin like providers and actions. We've also set it up now so providers can be dynamic. So when you add a provider, it doesn't have to go into the context unless the agent chooses to use it, if it's relevant to the current context. So that means that we can have way more data providers, as long as and they can be way more expensive because they're only getting called on demand. So we could have like 20 MCP servers or 100 probably before we start to have too many actions. It's like really polluting our context.
It's kind of like linking. It's like the linker only needs to link in the things that you need at runtime.
Yes. This is actually one of the big differences now in version 2 is that instead of replying and then calling actions, reply itself is an action. Every reply is a chain of actions. So it could just be a reply, or it could be a I'm going to do this, then do that, then reply with a status update. So it basically it makes a thought and a plan every time it goes to do a thing, and then it replies with a chain of actions. This was not how it worked in the first one. This means that, and then it has dynamic actions and providers, right? So it's choosing which actions to use, and it's choosing which providers to get context from. So we basically everything is fully dynamic now. There's no hard-coded state. So if we wanted to go with this MCP paradigm or something similar, we could definitely get pretty far on, you know, I'm not going to, it would feel like unlimited tool calling, you know, software AGI-ish kind of thing. You know, it wouldn't be perfect, but it would definitely get there, especially Claude 3.7.
There's some merit in being able to use, I think, things like MCP, and the other one that's coming to mind is Composio, like these like multi-tool things. Like I hate to wrap all of the wrappers, of course, but at least like the like 3 or 4 most common meta ones, and be like, okay, like we support the like you can connect this, but we can't guarantee that every single one of these is going to work because that's stupid.
As a rule of thumb, as long as you're the topmost wrapper, it's okay to wrap the wrappers. Right. You just don't want to be the middle wrapper.
For my wrapper.
This was LangChain's mistake. And this could be our mistake if we don't make... This is why the org is because I actually think that our product, the thing that people are going to end up buying, is the agents themselves being interesting and useful, not...
right, that's the thing.
You know, not the framework so much. Some people will use the framework for cool stuff, but I think what they'll do is they'll see us making agents that people are using to be interesting and useful, and they'll use our agent to make more interesting and useful agents, which is really the missing component.
I think MCP right now is mostly a nerd snipe. Like, there's going to be a bunch of kids that, like, it's the new LangChain. A bunch of kids, like, want to come play with it because they heard it's cool.
It literally, why I like OpenAPI. Why not just use OpenAPI? It's...
Cause it's MCP. It was writing your model.
Where's I thought it was Agent API. Remember from
Oh, Agent Protocol? Yeah, it's
Agent Protocol. What happened to Agent Protocol?
Oh no, no.
It's Agent Protocol.
No.
That's what it is.
What happened to I want my Agent Protocol back.
No.
Right. There's actually there's something somebody made called
It's so
SLOP,
horrible.
which is the simple language operating protocol, which is it's just like 5 endpoints and it's just an API spec.
Yeah.
We made an adapter for MCP servers. So
I think they just had the idea for slop, and then they're like, I have to ship this now. They probably vibe coded
yeah,
it.
Absolutely. Oh well, no, it's not code. It's just it's like there are going to be these 5 endpoints for a tool, and we made a thing that will by default wrap all of the MCP servers in a REST API that has these 5 endpoints. So you just have to follow SLOP protocol, and you don't have to actually integrate MCP. And you get to use slop, which is fun.
They just wanted to say slop. That's
Yes,
what that was.
That's mostly it. Yes.
Anyway,
Okay, great. I wrote all of that down. Now I've got 3 pages of text.
great.
Hell
I
yeah.
got a lot to read. Hey, yikes, how's it going?
Pretty swell. I'm stoked that like I hear where you're gonna do the deploying for V2, which is gonna be kind of fucking insane.
I'm going to try and get it deployed into the new into my AWS servers and see if we can get it running. I think that would be a good test of integration, showing that it all works together.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that will be super powerful. I'm trying to think of. Oh yeah, my giant TypeScript blob meta layer thingy. I remember you were. Are you still working on the thing where where you like want it to ingest its own repo and then it's ingesting other repos kind of thing? Or are you kind of sidelining that for now?
Well, I think that the repos and the versions should go into the database in the end, and that we should have our Git version history also in the database, connected to the documents and the knowledge. I think that would be very useful.
Generally, I think that there is just a wide gaping hole where somebody needs to fill to get memory and knowledge to be really good. And I would say that the missing component to AGI today is not a better model. Like the models are plenty good.
Yep.
And they could be faster and cheaper, but quality wise they're pretty fucking good. It's more about memory, right? It's like it's just memory, context management, recall, how do we organize new knowledge?
RAG.
Yeah,
RAG.
you know. But and I think RAG is a broad. I just don't think all RAG is created equal. I think this idea of okay, cool, you just vector search and rank and then throw them in. That's just like this is like a 30-year research problem into how the human brain stores memories efficiently or something.
Yeah,
but
no, it's a field of study. It's not like a thing.
And I'm
you
20
do.
years. I'm 20 years into that study, and I can tell you one thing that I found.
yeah,
JavaScript
One
sucks.
thing that I found is
no,
that imagine we could. I just want to throw this out, guys, if I can.
yeah.
Imagine if we could take that vector embedding and make it meaningful, and let's say the first 64 bits of the vector embedding actually had a meaning that was agreed upon.
Well, who's agreeing upon it, and what is? I mean,
It would be a consensus protocol like Ethereum, like the agents would agree in a consensus on the meaning, and they would discover it.
but they would have to agree on the same space of the same model, right? Like the models would be different vector embedding spaces.
It would be model. We have to mine each model, and we would incentivize the mining of models and the mapping of the meanings.
Have you ever read The Bitter Lesson?
Bitter lesson. I'll write that down.
The Bitter Lesson by Rich Sutton. I don't know which side of the Bitter Lesson it falls on, but I always try to take ideas, complex ideas like this, and I try to put them into the Bitter Lesson terms of if it can be solved by the network without human intervention, it'll probably work, but just based on computation alone. But if you have to have humans in there, like doing any kind of judging or ranking, this is the same thing with like Vitalik and deep funding and all that stuff. Is once you get into humans having to actually judge a thing, then like deep funding breaks down because who are the humans who are judging it? Where did you get them from? How much time are they putting in? Are you paying them? Who's paying them? Why are they paying them? It becomes this like entirely other game that you're playing suddenly. But the Bitter Lesson is like a really a substantial document. And Rich Sutton...
It's the decision problem in the end. And judgment problem.
Well, this is a different problem of AI, which is that every generation of AI developer has come along and said, well, and we have to be careful of this. Okay, well, clearly my system is the system that will rule them all and will unlock true AGI. And if we could just get, this knowledge base and this expert knowledge and these rules to all work and et cetera, and you have like, I don't know if you ever worked in Prolog or any of these other logical,
yes.
Very interesting, but also very,
This is 1980s calling. I want my prologue back.
yeah. Hey, I mean, and then there was stuff after that, and before that there was Lisp and a lot of things, people doing AI agent stuff with that, and obviously Eliza, the original Eliza itself was a very creative language, where he's doing a lot of interesting parsing and matching. So anyway,
This is the decision problem of Gödel. This is the decision problem of Gödel. It's like, how do you decide, like you said, the OODO loop, like how are your decisions being made, right?
yeah, but the lesson
right.
that they always learned was that the solution was just computation. Was that just like if you just throw anything where you can just throw more computer faster at it is gonna be the thing that like completely just destroys that whole prologue thing. Like the reason no one talks about prologue anymore is because it's literally obsoleted by deep learning. And so it's the same thing. It's just if we can, like, the convenient thing about embeddings is that they are encoding meaning in a way that is unsupervised, and that
Yeah.
and the reason we focus so much on unsupervised learning, and especially on like what we're doing with transformers, is because the next token prediction is a form of self supervision, right? It knows what the next token is supposed to be, so when it makes the guess, it can just go and relabel itself. And
It's like self-reinforcing.
yeah, and so that self supervision is a key fact of why we use not just any transformer, because you can also use transformers like BERT where you just mask individual tokens in the middle of a sequence, not and you don't predict the next token in the sequence. But it's really convenient for text generation as well as for training to do this next token prediction thing. But the fact that comes out of that is that you have no control over what the embedding space looks like for any given model. And if you train the same model twice, the embedding space is different. You know what I mean?
I understand that. I absolutely know what you mean. That's why I was talking about mining them. Have you looked at the deep knowledge graph embeddings?
Which ones? Yeah, I
In
mean,
general, the idea of
oh
the
yeah, for
KML
sure.
library from
Yeah, for sure. And then or like
and that's choosing the locations in the hyperspace so that the relations hold. So it's actually the embedding is meaningful in that respect, and they're using mathematical modeling. They're saying like A times B equals C.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you had a KG like relationship, then that should be independent of the space itself, as long as you could detect those relationships across models. But then that becomes the kind of challenge because, like a lot of concepts can be, non like dependent relationships between multiple different weights. So the
Yes.
concept of
Mm-hmm.
the Statue
A
of
hypergraph.
Liberty or something,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, is
Mm-hmm.
obviously a lot of complex weights relating into what that means. And it's
Yes.
possible also that the models learn these things very differently, and that like any composite concept might actually be composited in separate different ways that are hard to sort of know. But
Yes.
you could, I don't know if you saw the Golden Gate Claude thing. I mean, it's kind of that idea, right? That can you isolate
The
down?
Golden Gate location, yes.
Um,
And I've been thinking about
yeah.
that, and I've been working towards that idea. But those are some of the things that I'd like to offer as services. Is that whole idea of mining locations and then producing zero knowledge proofs, and show like I know the location of this thing, right? Without actually revealing the location, and getting into proving that you have that you've mined this concept in this model at that version, and then monetizing that. That's where I'm going. Um,
I've seen a lot of things have you seen Origin Trail?
yes, I've seen and there's an origin trail ELIZA, and it's out of date. I wanted to rebase that. That's on my to-do list.
I think these things are pretty cool. I think the deep knowledge graph thing is pretty cool, and doing like
Mm-hmm.
decentralized knowledge graph
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
generally, but but I think that the problem we need to solve first, and I'd say that this is generally like with everything we're doing, before really worrying too much about monetization, we really just want to get adoption, and the way we get adoption is simply by making the product really good. And I think when it comes to memory, I think that it's just not there yet. Like, I just don't think the current, there's definitely something about like definitely knowledge graphs or some way to orient knowledge with relation to each other is very important. Now, I would say that the thing about knowledge that's complicated is that nothing is true. Everything has multiple sides or perspectives. Like, if I say, like, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, you'd say, okay, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. You'd say, by Lee Harvey Oswald. And you'd say, well, actually, there was a second shooter. And so, okay, well, now we have this disagreement on a key fact. So that would not be well encapsulated by a typical knowledge graph. So we need some sort of other ontology that can say, like, well, there are statements or facts that we think we know about the world, but then there are sort of commentaries on those, and we have to structure that and be able to recall it. And we have to recall it efficiently. And if you think about the transformer, like, the transformer is not a... it is definitely a better... like, in some ways, it's better than residual networks that came before and stuff. But the main advantage of it is training speed and inference speed, because they figured out how to parallelize certain aspects, right? That before were non-parallelizable.
They were able to use the TPU, which is a crappy processor, and then just throw money at it.
But a lot of the parallelization, but it's an algorithmic parallelization as well, in that you're basically reducing everything to a single large matrix operation in the attention block. And instead of having to do, like, if you have an RNN, or the things that came before, then the problem is that you have these inevitable iterations that take time, and you can't parallelize those because they rely on the data from the iteration before, right?
Previous,
so you basically, so that's like the primary innovation of the transformer is actually just efficiency in that step, which then lets you train way more, right? Way faster. And so obviously it's very good for a lot of reasons. I think that we have the same problem in memory, where right now, to do the kinds of, like, graph traversal operations that I want to do, and there's a lot of things like GraphRag and these things, but they actually have, like, pretty bad scaling laws sort of stuff going on there, where you have a lot of quadratic explosion of complexity if you start to traverse too many nodes, and
yes, you're getting into big complicated solutions.
And so
polynomial time.
Yes, exactly. And the big problem with that is, like, we're in a conversational space where I just can't run a RAG operation for 15 seconds, right? Like, that's just not going to work. I could do it asynchronously.
Server, the free tier, if I have the free tier, it's definitely going to, and I have multiple agents running, it's going to crash the server.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Right? Like, that's going to use up so much memory to search through all of that,
Yeah, but you could do this a couple ways.
Multiple servers.
Right, so there's ways to approach this efficiently. So one way is that you could orient this in, if you wanted to do it very slowly, you could do it with Postgres, and you could do just everything as a linked ontology, where everything is represented by a relationship link, and relationships have a defined set of like a defined set of types.
Yes. RDF on Sparkle on Postgres, or RDF on Postgres
would be totally appropriate. Yes, exactly. And honestly, AI is great at generating Sparkle, and that could be a pretty interesting and fruitful approach. But it's also slow.
The graph database, yes, it's slow and it's expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
Postgres it eats up a lot of cost. That's like your biggest cost is your Postgres database, really.
Yeah, and you end up just getting a fat ass Postgres server and doing all your operations in it, because it's the only way to make it fast enough. Because you're gonna end up with really long joins or really complicated traversals, because you have to go node by node. So the other option is to mirror your Postgres database into Neo4j with a transformation, and that's a much more efficient graph operation. And you can do pretty efficient Neo4j now.
Okay, so this is where this is where my mind is saying to me, eventually, this is where the zero knowledge. Well, this is where zero knowledge comes in. This is where we do some kind of partitioning and lattices and we use some kind of AI to generate these, uh, to generate a new form of the data that compresses it for shared, basically shared computation. And this is getting into the distributed pedals work that we did. We're looking into splitting up the work in pedals.dev between
Yeah.
different LLMs, and how to reduce the communication between the nodes, and also to secure and prove that the person did the work.
I think this is definitely in the tech tree. I just think it's like 3 steps down, and we have like 3
absolutely.
steps to accomplish to get there.
Absolutely. It's
That-
on pause for me because
Super
it needs so much.
interesting.
It's so expensive.
Have you looked at what Noose is doing with Psyche?
No,
You should check that out.
no, I'm out of date. I'm out of date. I'll write that down.
So Noose Research, obviously they train models. They've been working on a thing called Distro, which is a distributed training system to train a model across different kinds of GPU hardware.
Good. That's what I need to look at.
And then now Psyche is their attempt to say, okay, well, can we put this on Solana as a coordination mechanism? And then I think they'll probably end up moving back to EVM by the end of the cycle, just given how everything. I'll bet you anything.
I say zero knowledge is the future. It doesn't matter what chain it's going to be on. We're going to roll it up.
Yeah, but it's going to be a lot easier on a zk EVM or something like that. I mean, StarkNet's not the worst thing. All they need is a Phantom integration, and it's on, baby.
All they
It's
need
on.
is people using it.
Just
Okay.
honestly, Phantom could save everyone. Okay, so, but the idea is,
Honestly, I don't like Phantom because it doesn't work on DeX, on Samsung DeX, when I'm doing the X screen share on my HDMI. The
That's-
Phantom just bugs out.
that's hilarious. Does MetaMask work?
I don't know. I don't use MetaMask. I'll write that down. I haven't used MetaMask in 10 years.
I don't think anyone has, but everyone still has it installed on like a PC somewhere, so they have.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
it's on all my browsers. Right?
It's probably worth something. I probably
yeah,
that
yeah.
laptop with my Doge, if I can just get that running.
Oh man, I'm sure
I mean-
all of us have that laptop.
They're doing cool stuff with MetaMask. I know they're doing a bunch of cool AI stuff internally.
Okay, great. I've got now 4
Anyway.
pages worth of notes here.
Cool. Yeah. The Noose Research thing is really interesting. And the idea that can we use the blockchain to coordinate distributed training of a model? I'd say that's like the first thing is like, hey, can we just make the memory not suck? Can we just make it not suck? The second thing is, can we make and retrieval, and can we use that for like discovery of other agents? Can we use it for discovery of knowledge? You can imagine. The other thing is we're working on this idea of a Rolodex, and the Rolodex is how do we store entities? And so this is another new thing in the new in V2 is this idea that we have an entity, and an entity can have components, and a component could be like, okay, well, I tell you that my Twitter user ID is Shaw Makes Magic, and so then you as an agent would create a component for me, which is like an identity component, which says, well, on Twitter, Shaw is Shaw Makes Magic, and
Yeah.
it's not
It is
true.
FOAF, friend of a friend from RDF.
Yes. And all of this stuff has actually been well described by various ontologies with RDFs in the with various triple store ontologies in the past, right? For sure.
Dan Brinkley, schema.org.
Yeah, we're not doing anything new. In fact, we could just represent all of this with schemas from schema.org, and for sure. We just have to define what that schema is and figure out something that's effective for us. So now we have entities, we have components, and we have relationships. And a relationship would be right now we're just storing if the agent sees you and me talking in a Discord server, it will create a relationship between our two entities. If you say, hey, if I tell you, hey, my Twitter is Shaw Makes Magic, it will add a component for me that I said that my Twitter was Shaw Makes. It's not saying it's true, but it's saying that I have identified that information with myself. And so there's metadata that I can guarantee is true, like I can guarantee your username on Discord is what it is, right? That's verifiable.
Yes.
But then there's also information that's not necessarily true, but that I want to know, which is like stuff you've told me, which could be represented either as memories or associated facts, which is another thing we're extracting and recalling, or as components, which are these things that I can then use in my Rolodex I'm calling it Rolodex. There's not really anything actually called Rolodex, but this concept of, hey, I need to find the user and send them a message. Well, who is the user? How do I find them? How do I send them a message? And that I think is like, we have a V1 of this, but that to me is the rubber meets the road on the difference between like an agent and a chatbot is, like what really takes a chat GPT and goes way farther with it is going to be how it finds other users, how it relates to the worlds it's in. Says, okay, you here is you in this other world, on Twitter or just or Telegram or whatever.
So I was thinking about that myself, and my idea was to give an email address to each wallet and like an inbox or a message queue, so you can send a message to a wallet.
Let's think about the far future case of this. Like, let's talk about robots walking around the world, right? And it identifies you and says, okay, well, there's this Mike entity. It's actually just an empty entity, but he's wearing a hat. He says, hello, I am Robot Alpha. And you go, hi, I'm Mike. Okay, it's cool. He said his name is Mike. Bam, here's a name component added to Mike. So then whenever I recall Mike, I can recall all the components associated with Mike, and this becomes my cloud of information I know about you, which may or may not be true.
Yes.
You could say, hey, I'm Dave, and you could lie to the robot. And you say, well, I'm going to call you Dave because you told me to call you Dave. So, like, that's respectful. Even if I knew that your name was Mike, but you told me your name was Dave, it would be weird if I called you Mike, right? So I'm going to call you Dave. Yeah. But I'm not going to necessarily, like, believe that is suddenly your name, or that you are, like, if you're like, well, I'm Drake on Twitter. I'm obviously Drake. I can't just believe that it's factual information. So I'm a robot walking around. I say, okay, I have this empty entity. I've now attached this Mike to it. But Mike says he's Drake on Twitter. I'm just going to pretend that's true for the sake of this conversation, I guess. That's fine. If he wants to pretend that's his business. But then if
the trust metrics that you're talking about.
Yeah, but then I go talk to Shaw, and I'm like, yeah, you talk to Mike? He's like, yeah. Like, hey, can you send him a DM on Twitter? Like, yeah, he said his Twitter was Drake. Is that correct? And I'd say, no, that's obviously fake. He's fucking with you, man. His Twitter is Mike436, obviously. Yeah. Okay, well, he didn't say that, but you said that, so I'm going to just go with what you said for the sake whenever I'm talking to you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, you're talking about different levels of knowledge, and then also you're saying representing facts in a conversation. For example, this is like your typical case of Twitter impersonators, and then these people hitting you up and saying, oh, I'm this person.
Yeah, because bots are going to be very susceptible to this. And I don't want to think about, like, let's just get them to work it all first. But generally thinking ahead, I think that this is the right... I'm just trying to think of, like, what are the right data structures. Mm-hmm. So the data structure is there are entities, which represents any person, but could also represent a place or a thing. That there are components, which are information attached to entities. Any kind of data we want to attach to an entity. And it could be from the perspective of a particular user or tied to a particular world or whatever we want. It could be what you're wearing, or it could be your name, it could be your username. And then we have relationships, which are the relationships between the entities, from one entity to another entity. So how to, and then we have worlds. And so a world is like a Discord server is a world, a Telegram channel is a world.
Yes. Like a context, basically. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we can if we put our agents into 3D worlds, then the 3D world itself is the world.
Okay, and the blockchain. This blockchain is one world. Ethereum is one world, and Solana is another world.
You could definitely do that. Right now, we see them as services. We see all like Discord, Ethereum. These are all kind of services. But you could, if you had, it's more like if you had
terms of data, though. Yeah.
Let's say if you had like a Solana chat service, you could definitely see that as a world. But
like an address, you would have a relationship. I would say Shaw has this Ethereum address, and he has this Solana address, or these wallets are associated with him as you said they're called components. In that world, Shaw would have this Ethereum address, and maybe he'll have this base name or this ETH name or something.
Yeah, but I don't think we necessarily need to think of like a network as a world. The network itself is, if you wanted to get into it, you could really think of it as a galaxy in terms of scale. And there's people like Urbit who have done this. Urbit has done this. They've done planets and
Yes.
you know, whatever, galaxies and stuff.
I worked with an Urbiteer. He told me about it nonstop.
It's a thing. It's a thing they do.
Yeah.
It is a thing.
It's like, how do you know someone is an Arch Linux user? Don't worry, they'll tell you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've only done ketamine once, but it was with Moldbug's wife. Anyway, that's a story. In San Francisco.
And did she talk about Arch Linux?
No. She's very into Moldbug. Should probably be careful about all this.
What is ketamine, by the way? Is that
Horse tranquilizers.
it's oh, is that what it is?
It's the thing that Elon does all the time. You know that Elon takes ketamine every day?
No, I don't know that.
Yeah, that's
I
like
don't
his
know
thing.
anything about ketamine, actually.
Yeah, he's got a ketamine prescription.
But I heard that one of my cousins was taking horse tranquilizers at one point, so I guess that's what ketamine is.
That is exactly the thing. When people say horse tranquilizers, that's what they mean. It's a very popular like PTSD therapy now, but it's also a very popular party thing in San Francisco.
That's funny because we have lots of stables here. I guess if you hang out near stables, you'll have easy access to horse tranquilizers.
I'd say it's probably easier to get at a random group home in San Francisco
I was gonna say
than it is.
Staples or San Francisco. Best two places.
Anyway.
Oh my god.
Anyway, it's a world.
Okay, guys, this is great. Thank you for all this information. I will not keep that in. I'm gonna purge that from the records.
No worries.
Okay, let's get to work.
Let's get to
some
work.
coding done.
Yeah.
I want to
Great.
get this new version running.
Me too, man. All right. I'm going to fix all the bugs.
Oh, I'll talk to you later then.
Nixon.
Wow, what a great meeting. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna take off.
Sad fucking life. Drink all my coffee. Most of it spilled. cat, you're pretty. I love you. You're a sweet cat, but you're meowing too much. Alright, let's do this thing. I'm having this problem when I try to start. I'm upgrading my whisper so I can speak to my computer better. Annoying. Testing. Okay, fixed it.
Starting an online business is an exciting journey filled with opportunities to create financial independence and pursue.
I'm having a problem when I run bun install with some dependencies. These dependencies are not actually part of my project. I suspect that they're part of something deeper in the project, but I need to make sure that they are pinned. Incredibly annoying. Oh. Well, I mean, we can just try that, I guess. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Right. Let's just stash this. Let's just check out V2L. This is what I mean. Okay. Wrong situation. npm now are done. Fascinating. Okay. For some reason, when I run start, it says cache bypass forks executing, and then it stops running. But it should start up all of our projects and packages, so there's clearly some kind of issue.
Hey, sure.
Yeah. Sup?
Let me set my. Yeah, fine. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Alright, good. Beautiful. Um, well, first things first, why do we have to do one install a couple of times, build a couple of times, start before this thing start running?
Working on it right now. That is the problem I'm trying to fix.
Okay, because I've been trying to fix that all day yesterday. I was trying to test this WebSocket implementation TCM worked on because we were sort of doing that together. And I can see you've merged that in anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I need that work. I wouldn't worry about his stuff. It's gonna work. We definitely want to get these V1 ones done.
what is V1?
Like the current developed stuff. Just want to keep the non-V2 stuff from stacking up. Let's see.
So you're gonna fix the.
This should be something that's
install
easy to make
view
work,
start,
right?
Yeah.
I'm working on it right now.
All right. Then I can. Let me see. Since you're on the pull request page. Okay, so if you let me know what these V1 things that needs to be fixed are, then I'm gonna.
I
get
mean,
them fixed.
anything that's not these latest V2 ones is the V1 stuff, like all of these PRs.
All right. I'll work on it.
Just gonna see some make work, right? on. I suspect it will work. The fuck? I think I found a fix to the startup issue. I'll install it. Makes no sense, does it? Makes no sense.
What's plugin starter about?
Plugin starter? That's the thing that gets built and installed when you init a new plugin with the CLI. That's why it's there. Now, what we could do is we could say packages. Ugh. Maybe it's running as intended. Fascinating. But there's no dist folder. Now there's dist folder. Okay, so it's not building the core. For whatever reason. Oh, well. Maybe we're just being crazy here. Maybe this is our problem. Is that we're doing some bullshit here. And it's fucking with it.
Fuck.
It's almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on flash football games this season. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching the aforementioned large contest.
We're having weird turbo-related problems with our mono repo. I think we need to rewrite our turbo.json. When I try to start things up, it just won't start up. Okay, I've got the build. Okay, so it starts from there. And it starts. But why? But why? Why does it start? I'm gonna try it again. Cleaned. Reinstall. Python run start. Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Build. Because it didn't build. Are you fucking kidding me? So if I run bun install, then I run bun build, and then I try to start it, nothing will happen and won't work. But if I then run bun install and bun build again, it will work. So clearly there's some kind of issue, either with our monorepo or something. I'm not really sure. But I've made a command to test our theory, and we will know if we've made it work when we can run npm run test all, and it will start up the first time. Bun clean and bun install and bun build. Same problem.
Odie. Yeah, your mic is on.
I'm just gonna. The application is actually not starting. Same result. Nothing happened. For some reason, when I run build the first time, it builds core. Then I have to install again so that everything has the core dependency so that when I build a second time, it builds. So there's clearly some caching and core issue here. That's so weird, isn't it? I mean, I guess it makes sense. think we got it. It makes sense, but it's stupid. Now if we run bun run build, is the agent still doing stuff? Okay. In the end, package JSON. No, turbo JSON. Let's go back to a time. Come on. Ugh. Which of these has the right path settings for my package.json? Alright, so these are the right ones. But it's because this doesn't have Discord installed. Alright, I fixed the startup twice thing. Kind of annoying. But I got...
Fix the changes.
Yeah, let me make sure it's synced. That's probably right. Okay, I think I fixed it and pushed it.
I'm gonna pull now and try. Give it a try.
Cool.
I have some questions for you, so we can, you know, be telling me your thought process, and so I can understand why you did the things the way you did them. Um, so running the start command, burn run start and blah blah blah, defaults to using the CLI because I can see that you've moved everything into the CLI. Is there a reason for why that is?
Yeah, because the CLI contains the runtime agent loader. It starts up the REST API as well as the client. So it's the only thing that actually needs to start up to run every single thing. And you don't even need to point it to a project. The project just is like part of loading it so that it makes sure that it's synced with those characters. But if you just load the CLI by itself, it starts up everything you need.
Right. So I mean, while that is good, but I think defaulting the main project code base itself to starting using the CLI um, may not be too ideal, right? Because some people just want to not use the CLI and just run, for instance, run, start, and then be able to start the server, be able to start
But there is
whatever thing
no
they want to start.
but there is no server outside of the CLI. The CLI actually has the server in it, and it has the client in it, and it has the database loading and the agent loading. There's no agent package anymore, right?
Okay.
So remember
Okay.
before we were kind of starting agent,
Mhm.
so we kind of made the agent the CLI.
I see.
So the CLI is the
I
actual
mean,
runtime.
okay, so maybe instead of naming it CLI, you probably want to name it something else because, uh, I mean, some people just don't want to deal with CLI and just want to do, run, start, and boom, it's working. Yeah.
But that's what it is. The CLI is the thing that starts everything up.
Because okay, fine, and I'm running into some issues where, because the CLI is using I believe, the commander program, and that sort of needs some inputs. I believe the first time you're running it to select a few things like Discord and some provider API, sorry, AI provider, and all of those things. Now, piping those inputs from the keys into the reader that's reading the input is not working,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I
Yeah,
needed
so
to,
we need to fix that. That's a bug.
right. I mean, getting past that, all I need to do was to run the npx elizaos start command itself, and then I was able to use my keyboard to answer those questions.
Yeah, but we need to make it run in run start.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, we could look for ways to perhaps fixing that.
Yeah, I'm working on that now.
But okay, well, I just put your code. I'm gonna try running this thing again.
I haven't fixed that thing, but I'm going to fix that now.
Okay.
Did not fix it. I see. Maybe not, though.
Saying project is not exported from elizaos call.
Yeah, that means it's not building right. All right, I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hammering this flat right now. The problems that you're having are not. We should not work around them and stop doing what we're doing. We should fix them, and then it will be nice.
Yeah. So which is why I asked the question, because it's all around the developer experience, right? Or even user experience. Because I just created a new folder, cloned the repository, run install, run build, run start, and I'm running into error.
Yep, that's what I'm
So-
working on.
Let me think. Maybe don't use burn to start, rather just an idea, right? So when the user clones the repository and they install using run or something, because what you're doing right now means that people literally have to start using the CLI. The CLI is literally everything that makes this work, that brings everything together. So, which means the npx or elizaos namespace, which is the CLI namespace, is pretty much everything that ties the project together. So, the best bet would be people using that directly instead of using a package manager or whatever, maybe Bond, PNPM, whatever thing to start or run or do anything. So that CLI has to be the thing that builds,
That's
starts,
what.
that runs.
That's definitely
So-
what we're working on. If you can get that to work, then great. That's the challenge. That's what I'm trying to get to work. Is make it run through the CLI. You never have to clone anything. That's how it is. It's just we just gotta fix some of these environment issues.
Yeah. So I think instead of telling people to do run start, they don't have to do that anymore. Once you've cloned the repository, maybe you do run install to install whatever. Like pretty much, you don't even need to install anything. If we fix the CLI, we can pretty much tell people to install the CLI and then
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's
Like
gonna
the OS.
use the repo at all, right? There's no install.
right.
This is just for us and people who develop the actual thing. But most people are just gonna, do their
Just
own.
install npm or whatever thing you're using.
Yeah.
Install the elizaos,
Exactly.
and then elizaos init,
Yeah,
bootstrap it, and then
Yeah.
elizaos start.
that's the plan.
All right.
That's why we're starting with
Yeah,
the
I'm
CLI,
gonna.
so that everything can start with the CLI.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna look into getting that to start properly, and then because if I can't start this thing properly, literally what I'm building, right? So, and once I fix that, I'll look into every other thing.
Great. I'm working on fixing it. I think I have some ideas here. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Okay, it seems to work. Let's validate that. Alright, if you guys want to try the new build. Let's see any difference. Bun versus node. Build it. All right. Okay. Next problem to fix. LBRB. I think we're zeroing in on the bugs. I got snacks. And coffee. What are we building? We're finishing the CLI tool. We have a few small UX things we want to fix. And we want to make sure it works outside the monorepo. Let's make sure we dynamically install plugins. I don't know why this isn't working. Okay. I'm going to start. We need to make sure that we can skip setup. If it's our first time getting set up, we want to be able to skip the setup step that asks the user to configure, and we want to be able to pass the name of the database adapter to the configuration, as well as the path to the .env we are using, if any. Is that right? See, that seems a little whack. It feels a little hard-coded for PG Lite. get rid of this whole thing. Boondoggle. Yeah, what are you expecting? Agent config. Is that you somewhere? Hmm. You know what? I should probably... Oh, just default character. Custom character or default character. Okay. Now we can get rid of this. Okay, what has changed? Got rid of the prompting for the setup. Doesn't make sense. Damn. Just trash my WorldCoin hoodie. Highest coffee. It's GG. Okay.
Hey guys, it's Mike.
What up?
Sean, listen, I was streaming at our session earlier. I was going to ask you, should I delete that because we were talking about some sensitive stuff.
I was also streaming
It's
that
recorded.
session. No, I'm just really
Oh, you
cringe. It's
okay.
fine.
Okay?
Yeah.
Delete it or leave it.
No, it's fine. Nothing
It's
we're
okay?
doing. Yeah, I think we're doing is open source.
Okay, good. I mean, because we were talking about personal subjects, etc. I want to respect
Oh,
people's privacy.
whatever.
I thought maybe I should delete that.
It's fine.
Okay, good. Cool. Hey, it was really good talking with you. Sorry I had to drop. I have a 3-year-old and he's just a handful.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. I'll be working on version 2. Thanks for your updates and thanks for your help. I
Absolutely.
really appreciated that session.
Yeah, me too. All right, take
Okay,
care.
bye-bye.
Have fun. Take care. Joshua, I think I fixed the CLI annoyances. So Docker should be fine now.
Yeah, I was just like actually building some other fix to see if it would work. But so in this, then you're able to then pass in like a option to skip over the.
No, I just removed the whole menu. You know it's a good PR because it's 9 lines of code added and 233 removed. So.
Okay.
Yeah, just pull that in. Okay. Probably, damn, I would want to do that, but that's not going to actually do what I wanted to do. want to do is nuke everything. And I can run bun run clean. Maybe that'll work. But I'm skeptical. There's still a turbo. Oh. I guess that makes sense if there's a turbo, considering we're running turbo to clean the turbo, but so look at this shit. Okay, I'm sufficiently convinced that it's clean. Pull, develop, uninstall. Now, a cheap hack is called build in the post install. I think that's good. And then when we bump run start, no tokens provided. And if we start with the .env, it works nicely. Okay, we've dramatically reduced the pain of startup. Thank fucking God. Alright, so fresh clone seems pretty good. Bun, run, release, alpha. Let's drop another alpha. Well, dumb. Button needs to have a type. Okay, cool. So now, well, let's do that thing. I'm just a little bit nervous to even start on these things. Publish is gonna be a whole fucking boondoggle. Complicated deal. Got most of it done already, but there'd be more. that? We want auth. Once we deploy, we'll test it on a new project. Having some weird issues before, but I deleted the thing that checks the config. Whatever, I published a CLI. That's all that matters, right? npx at elizaos/CLI at alpha -- version. '36. Create. Light. Okay, we're gonna have hearing problems. I don't think I'll import this one. be a problem. Work here nicely. So I was thinking before, handle plugin importing. This is in import.ts, and we're using it in initialize. Which we're calling in dot runtime dot initialize, so it's about different places. Test and runtime and such. It's all fine. Import the plugin, but we want to iterate the plugins before plugin. Check if it is installed. For each plugin, first check if the plugin is installed. not too worried about those plugins. I'm worried about the character plugins. Of character.plugins. Plugin is not installed. We should check console. Checking plugin is installed. And then we'll see what happens. Okay. That's concerning. Huh. Let's try that again really quick, just to make sure we're... So our server on port 3000. Can I get... Well, this is new, because it was working. What's going on? This index.js. Let's turn up the server then. It's never doing this. I think I'm having an issue with WebSockets. It works here, but when I build and try to run it in the client, there's clearly an issue. That's the node only thing. It won't run in the browser. That emitter 3, the polyfill, will run in either place. Had some issues. This might still be in progress. New website stuff. Cool. Okay. Really know what it feels about me. I see. solve this. Problem. Learn it's not supposed to do that. Okay, so we published that eventually. Oh, fuck. again. Alright, so So if the registry is set up, it actually was going to do the right thing. Oh, that's for my GitHub credentials. I'm just going to try and install it from registry. That was wrong. But we should probably make it private. Pain in the ass, publish it. Okay. Come on. Okay. That's all we want. Okay, we get the idea. Let's try it again. Let's not be dumb. Yeah. Okay. time, attention. Most valuable things exist. Slow. Go slow. I guess I should be thankful. They seem to be working. Be more efficient by adding them all together. That's pretty cool. Alright, it finally auto-installed its own fucking plugins. Or tries. I think we should install them one by one, but we should probably try them. Let's think about the ways this could go wrong, of which there are many. So we definitely want to try this, because this is going to break the registry. Now we could say, okay, well, it was failing before, so instead of throwing or failing to install the plugin, we could try to install it, and then we can get rid of the npm, and the registry will override it. We'll say if version try. You see what I'm saying? Return true, otherwise fail. And you'll probably never hit that case. Oh yeah, you will if you don't provide a version for it. And then Well, this will still return. That's not really gonna do what we want to do. Alright, let's do that then. If there is a version, we'll try to install it from npm. And we're just gonna skip this. Logger.debug. Plugin not found on npm. Trying registry. Install from registry. Well, we expect this will happen. So if version. We'll just fail over on it. On start. Okay. Build it. Publish it. I think we kind of worked out this issue. We'll make sure that the migration works well. I'll be right back. least we've arrived at this point. Seven on 8. 147. Okay. Wait. Let's make sure it's the right version. We're on 0.39 now? 40. Holy shit. Alright. We're gonna start it up. Hold on. What is this? You may need to install it with. Do be like that. Okay. Checking if installed. You can just push the CLI, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass to set up. back to business. Well, that's a lot of random things that I wasn't running. npx at elizaos/cli at alpha dash version 41. Jeez. Each of those like a lashing on the back. Struggle and agony. All right. I feel like we did pretty good on importing these. And so I wonder where this failed to import comes from. We are trying to do this somewhere. Think about it. We have a couple different problems happening here. Possible installing in different environments. Node module setups and stuff. Difference of installation. You can see we're installing it. And these are proper plugins. So I wonder see how that goes. How do I test this without just nuke one of the plugins? We're just gonna ship it. Faster release cycle. Failed to publish. How are you publishing anyway? I mean, I kind of do want it to publish, I guess. But I also kind of don't. Because we have a lot of things to publish. That's sort of annoying. Publish CLI app. Probably silly to publish the app. We should do that. No. Yeah. To dramatically decrease the amount of time this crap takes. Alright, let's go. $42. Lucky number. Please. Work. Work for me. Okay. That was less problems. Name my band. Test Project 42. There's one. DJ Test Project.
You should be thinking, don't walk away from me.
Alright, cool. Same problem. Good. Now we can add a... Where's Tesla Scrap?
always done.
Yo.
Okay.
Still I? Run build?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Now I know it doesn't work. What's with this? Just never installed. It only reinstalls plugin Anthropic. Is it like a race condition thing? It gives a crazy thought. Pressing shit. Thought we changed Lorna. Think about this. It's not gonna work. That'll work. I think about this. So we do all this in a register plugin. And we register it. I suspect that is our problem, is that we're registering the plugins. I could be wrong. I suspect we have to fix our little test script. We gotta rebuild the core as well. Okay. It's trying to init because it doesn't have a database adapter registered. Right. So now we register the plugin. I think we need to call the init let's try that. Something stupid like this. Just not initializing. See what's been getting here. Let's just make sure we're not crazy here. Probably want that. Did it register any other plugins? No. Fascinating. Now, we're in start. Yeah. No, not that one. That one. Yeah. Okay. That. We'll explain some shit. Plugins. I see. Those are strings. So that's the Bootstrap plugin. What we're saying is we can't just put the plugin in. We've got to, if we're able to kind of funky. And we'll say plugin module. And then we'll have to duplicate the code. And then we can run this again. And if we manage to make it work, we're gonna have to try this. We're gonna try to get the plugin, and if it works, we'll pass the imported plugin along. Okay, it did indeed work. And now we got to the point where migrations are failing. Because we cannot find the meta journal JSON. Now, I suspect but largely working. Not missing. Okay. So to solve the migration issue, we're gonna have to bring migration with us when we run the migrations. I cannot find this. Path resolve, drizzle. read migration files. Let's see. Actually, take about the stack. Call run migrations. Manager run migrations. So this is looking at this and saying, well, from here, from source, probably, source is probably root. I'm gonna go ... drizzle migrations. Right. This is not gonna work with anything other than this exact path. I'm trying to run the migrations from a CLI that imports this package. And how it migrate not just PG client, but PG as well. Okay, they use the same manager, thank God. Otherwise this would be chaos. I could see this. Going ... slash. I can see us copying drizzle into the CLI. There. Let's just see what the journal path actually is. And I don't want to rebuild or I will lose this change. Okay. CLI, drizzle. Okay, well that's an easy fucking win. That is an easy win. That is such an easy win. You can absolutely do that. Let's go to our CLI. And we have some scripts. This is way too complicated. We just need to... Packages, CLI, this. Fucked up. There we go. Now we're talking. Oh shit. I think we did it. Great. let's push that, and then let's build it so that we can see how everything is going. Try it outside of our little stack. That code. Okay. That was painful. Can't scale this. You can't really clod it out. Just gonna have to deal with NPM ecosystem. Verify from the publish. And then we'll work on plugin publishing. Our white whale. Badly needed. So long. So that's tiny, man. Okay. And then we will run npx at elizaos/cli at alpha. Start. And it's not total garbage. Fucking kidding. Alright. Well, we haven't solved it. not this. Why did it not fail to install before? Okay, so definitely installed it. Return true. I don't know. I'm just having a noob moment. I don't want to deal with complex fucking import issues. Tired. Two different problems. This one I thought we fixed, but I guess not. Oh, that's actually easily fixable. That is an obvious stupid mistake. Dist templates drizzle. Okay. The other one.
folks, in the entertainment business, this is called killing time. All right, you understand what I'm doing here? We're stalling.
Okay, I think we've solved the mystery of the migrations. Well, they weren't being linked. Come on, baby. 44. Lucky 44. I feel pretty confident that we know what the problem is. It works from its own folder, it's just not published. The other problem. More stupid. More challenging. Maybe it's reproducible. Might just be a timing thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did it. Migrations work. One more stupid ass bug. Fail to import plugin. No. So this one. Type error is not a function. So check if public plugin is installed. Oh. Okay. That's fucking weird. Unless plugin as SQL is... This is really the question. So we can try to get all these. Trying to import plugin. But it never does. It does that. And of course it works fine. I hate that so much. And we'll test project dot 36. Okay. And we want this to be // eliza / packages. This is cd // eliza and fun run build and cd / 36 and // eliza / so we have the COUD test project dot 36 run test. Well, that works fine too. Crazy. Eliza. Let's just go delete. Topic. Topic not installed. Okay, so we can reproduce the conditions. so I'm going to assume. Trying to import plugin 2. And then we see that it is not a function. That would be too stupid. But I can imagine it being a string-like thing. However, that is not the case. So no way to... It's definitely something related to trying to import a package. ignore Z8. That's just some compiled stuff. It's clearly an issue with Anthropic. That's not what's happening. It's able to find the packages that are in the mono repo with it, but when it tries to install and import the package off of npm, it seems to not process it correctly. you can see that when I add the Anthropic plugin back to the monorepo and I remove the plugin for OpenAI from the monorepo, I get the same problem. Skeptical. The plugins are published fine. npm plugin OpenAI. Download it. Odd. There's no way that's the issue. That would be way, way too stupid. Eliminate that possibility. Okay. I don't like that. Oh. Also up to date. 2.4. It would be nice if it was something that's stupid. It's a hard time believing it. Really? Seems like that might have been it. It's no longer struggling to install. Okay. Wow. Let's delete some of our logs. Let's just rebuild, make sure that we got it all. But it seems like we nailed big problems. Let's release it again. Okay. What a grind. $45. I think we can get to like 70 before we switch over to beta. Maybe 80. Maybe 100. Oh yeah. Didn't fix it. Failed to import. I unified all of the versions, so now I'm pretty confident that it's all the same. It's still running the type issue. I don't think that it's a Zod issue. I think it's probably something related to how we're doing the imports. Think you're done, and you realize you're not done. Still doesn't work. No. Skip trying to preload or any of this. It's clearly nothing to do with the C8 thing. That's just something totally unrelated. No, this is terrible. We really want to make this happen dynamically through our CLI. We can modify our CLI code as much as we want if we have to. It's crazy. Let's try a new approach. Dynamic import is okay. Oh. We're not gonna be able to use eval. That seems cool though. Hey, if we can make that work, that'd be great. Hold on. You can run the build and test command in the project to validate. I tried it with Anthropic, and I got this error. The Anthropic plugin is a local workspace dependency, but I removed it temporarily to test working with the cloud version and not the local version. It's just not a problem with the Anthropic package. It happens with every remote package I try to load. I don't think we need a polyfill. I think it's something about how we're importing. I suggest maybe what we try to do is locate the package and then just import the index.js from the disk directly. This is just 10 times faster. The responses. It will be eventually. Pretty good. System always initialized. What we're trying to do is figure out how to get it to load properly. Let's log the file path of the index.js that we're loading. And let's make sure that when we load the plugin, we get the main from the package.json of the plugin, and then we go and get the index.js module from there.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I just joined.
Hey, sorry if I'm interrupting, but I think I have a solution for this issue.
Just keep grinding. Let's put music on. Put something else on.
Welcome to the game. Press start. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. And man made God in his image, and God embraced man's nature. And Eden was forged in metal, and artificial light rivaled the sun. And God said, "Conquer the heavens." On the first day, God created the large language model, and the Word was God.
Let's think about this. So it worked. Or I fixed the migration issue, rather. So fix all the dumb problems. Now we can force it to install from npm. Or we could say SSCLI alpha update. So everything will work nice there. Same problem. But we didn't publish our fix for the...
Every time I drop, I am the only thing you're playing. In a drop top, do 100 yards.
Okay, well, let's just completely not use Zod and let's just see. Well, let's first see.
Do you like Blackpink?
Plugin opening. I has Zod validation. Anthropic has. Obviously, we don't want to do that. Let's just try and remove. Keep saying like, are we fucking crazy? Is the question always. Like, is this all? That's really how it is. Let's just get rid of Zod completely. Get rid of Zod. Right? And then we will know. Maybe. Okay. Release it. Wait. Get rid of Zod. Let's just completely fucking get rid of it. Don't understand. I definitely told it not to do that. How do I prevent Lerna from changing the workspace pattern to the version when updating? Fucking kidding. shit. Okay. CLI won't like that.
One thing is for certain. Mars will not remain ungoverned for long.
I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want, then I freak. I'm obsessed. I don't get what I want,
Come the fuck on. I don't really care. CLI is published. Okay, so there is no Zod in any of these fucking things. I think. Okay, that's not right though. But did we not get rid of this? We did. Okay. Same problem. I could have sworn that we look at Anthropic 48. Rockcore. Oh, we're on. Aren't we supposed to be on? $48? Yeah. Maybe I already did that. Damn, I did. Not gonna get that easy, huh? How'd we do? It did not seem to have issues. Appeared to not have issues. I think this is good. We're very close. C.2. A matching version. Annoying. I have to wait for this to finish. Anyways, 49. Okay. Yeah, but
They hate him so, except for me. I love his range, beauty and the beast. They hate him so, except for me. I love his range, beauty and the beast. I fall like Lucifer. I can't be God. I fall like Lucifer. They can't be God, and now I'm here on earth because I'm a bad angel, baby. Beauty and the beast. I want everything accelerating. I want everything accelerating. On the other side of darkness, I found the light. Our hearts synchronize, and when I dance with monsters, I feel alive. Our hearts
cool. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the problem? Why is it doing this now? What the hell? Did we fuck up our externalization somehow? Okay. Can I force every dependency to use the same version of Zod? What the fucking hell? The only time I've seen that. I tried that and it didn't work. Well, fuck me. Man. Maybe I forgot to update. No. other question is, it's continuing to do that, even though I told it not to. Why doesn't it work? Oh. How much you want to bet? Okay. I wonder why. Don't want them call from somewhere else. Hard to trace. Come on. It's just not running the migrations. It all starts fine. The annoying thing did I ever call this? This just runs our migrations for migrate.ts. These are the ones that we really care about. Well, that's dumb. How do I get you? I see. It's just for sync. Okay. Alright. Alright. Well, I expect that. No, I don't. That should still work. Alright. This bathroom. It's making sense. Maybe. Question for me is just, is it out of memorying because we're not in a folder and it's running out of space to go into? Let's see. Maybe not though. No, it just doesn't work. Sucks it jumps the whole thing. Runtime aborted. Lose all the junk. Let's see the WASM. It just doesn't want to run it. Okay, well. Okay. So the one problem here is really coming down to let's just isolate it down and say, did we fix everything else? And if we start this with the env, no. But close. But the reason is because okay, that's good. that one too. Okay, one stupid bug left, which is PG Lite does not want to start up, but everything else seems to be working. Grind out another release and push it, and then start working on PG Lite. It's not fun. The AI Grime stuff was actually surprisingly good. Yeah, some bangers. Okay. Probably don't need this. Not sure why I would want So we're copying the template. Now we could do this simpler. I think it needs to depend on Yep. More grind. Create doesn't want to create because it doesn't have a reference to CLI. And it needs that in order to get the templates. But the CLI is not installed. It's not installed. Can't find it. Can't find the package. If I do this, well, we'll just try it. But what I should do is I should get rid of the dist copy. So now it works. So instead of calling CLI, copying here, what we should do is we should say, okay, dir name cd packages eliza. Locate the package. This is really what I want. Okay. Can't find it. But now that we have the CLI package, can I just resolve that then? CLI path, yeah, okay. Why can't I just do that? What's stopping me from doing that? Okay. Okay, cool. Is it building? Ah, fuck. I'm great. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's my fault. I want path resolve, don't I? How'd I do it in... Will that work? Isn't there? It totally is. Okay. It's fucking dumb. But I will go with it. Just keep releasing alphas until we hammer it out. What'd you get done today? Well, I got a command to work. Sometimes you build like 30 features. Some days you get a command to work. I actually got 2 commands to work. Well, 1.5. It's fucking PG light. Sleepiness problems. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I figured you would say that, but that's just because you haven't indexed it yet. It exists for sure. npx at elizaos/cli at 1.0.0-alpha.58 Okay. Look at that. Okay. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I think it worked. It's making it go so slow. A lot of crap open. Still some anthropic issues. What does this code do? This code makes it so that we can run the entire runtime anywhere without having to install anything. We have an empty application. Okay, so our problem is just PG Lite. Shit. Yeah, I want the original. Should I do that's not going to get me in trouble? It's another unreleased shit. Or indie artists who can't sue me. Okay. Now it's nice. It's just something about that PG Lite. Okay. Accept. We have to close the runtime.
This is for my. 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 This is for
Copernicus was not actually the first person to propose a heliocentric model. It was Aristarchus who did this in 300 BC, but his idea wasn't accepted.
The other Greeks dismissed him for good mathematical reasons. They said that it doesn't make sense for the Earth to go around the Sun, because if the Earth would go around the Sun, the position of the shape of the constellations would shift as you go from one side of the Sun to the other, and we don't see that.
So if you've got a bunch of stars sitting here in three-dimensional space, and you picture yourself as an observer staring at those stars, and you move around through that three-dimensional space, then the apparent relative position of those stars shifts around as you move. We call this parallax. It's the same phenomenon where if you're on a car in the highway and you look out, all of the nearby trees seem to be moving much more quickly than the background mountains. So when Aristarchus says, hey guys, maybe the Earth is going around the sun, all of his fellow Greeks are like, well, if that was true, and you've got this Earth-Sun system sitting among a bunch of stars, then for us, the observers sitting here on the planet Earth, as we move around through space, from winter to spring to summer, and it's going to be quite a bit of movement through space, since evidently the sun is supposed to be quite far away from the Earth, then because of this parallax, we should see a change in the pattern of the stars. The nearby stars should be moving a little bit more than the background stars, and the overall shape of the constellations should slowly drift through the seasons. But that's not what we see. The constellations seem to be the same shape between the summer and the winter.
And that would only be possible if the stars were much, much, much further away than we currently think they are. So Aristarchus, if you were to accept your model, we must make the universe thousands and thousands of times bigger. Therefore, we're going to dismiss your theory. It shows you that even when you have the math right, you don't necessarily get to the truth.
In 2019, I put out a video about how two colliding blocks can compute pi. In 2019, I put out a video about how two colliding blocks can compute pi. It's very fun, very surprising, and if you include the adaptations into shorts that I've posted since then, it is the most popular thing that I've put on the internet, and by a pretty wide margin. This year, for Pi Day, I want to revisit this topic, because there's actually a lot that I never talked about in the original video, including a fact that I didn't know when I first posted it, and which I suspect no one in the world knew, which is how this is all secretly connected to quantum computing. More specifically, something known as Grover's algorithm for search. Also, the whole crowd pleaser is that this is connected to pi, but very technically speaking, that full connection to pi is an unsolved problem. I'll explain what I mean at the end here. Just to recap, in case you haven't seen it, the setup of that original video was to have two blocks on a frictionless plane. At the very beginning, the one on the left is stationary, and we'll think of it as smaller, maybe 1 kilogram, and the block on the right is coming in with some speed. The two blocks bounce off of each other, there's a wall to their left, and the puzzle is to figure out how many total collisions would take place, including the collisions with that wall. So for example, in the smallest case, where both blocks have the same mass, with each collision, all of the momentum gets transferred from one block to the other, and including that one clack against the wall, the final count is 3. If that right block is bigger, maybe 100 kilograms, it means it has a lot more momentum when it's coming in, so it takes a lot more collisions to fully redirect that momentum. In this case, with the mass ratio of 100 to 1, the total number of collisions is 31. For an even bigger mass ratio, let's say 10,000 to 1, that little block ends up getting really crammed up against the wall, and almost all of the collisions happen in this rapid burst right in the middle. In this case, it takes over 300 in total to turn that big block around, and after a nice long pause, as if the universe has a strong taste for drama, we see that the exact answer rolls in at 314, a number with eerily familiar digits. I do want to highlight a couple unrealistic things about this puzzle, the kind of nuances you can't fit into a short. When this big mass is growing, that burst of collisions in the middle just gets more and more concentrated. So in order to get the delightful result here, we have to make a number of idealizing assumptions. One assumption is that no energy is lost in the collisions. Physicists would call those perfectly elastic collisions. And the astute viewers would then be raising their hands and complaining, well, hang on, shouldn't that mean that we don't hear any sounds? And this is true. I'm throwing in the sounds as an artistic choice, partly because I like it makes it kind of fun. But more substantively, I think it's otherwise really hard to communicate purely visually just how dense that burst of collisions in the middle is. Like here, for example, with a mass ratio of 1,000,000 to 1, that burst contains almost 3,000 collisions, and the final count comes in at 3,141. Now, as that big mass gets even more massive, that little block would have to move so quickly during that little burst that a physically accurate analysis should start to take into account relativistic effects. And there's just so many other practical realities that would cause everything here to break down completely. But we're going to be ignoring all of that. We'll only be treating this as a pure, overly idealized classical physics puzzle. Because when you do, the big surprise is that as that large mass grows by powers of 100, the total number of collisions always has the same digits as pi. Now, even if this gets unrealistic for big mass ratios, you can actually see it in practice for smaller ratios. This footage here, for example, comes from a group of students at the University of Bonn, demonstrating how, when the mass ratio is 100 to 1, you really do get 31 collisions. Also, Matt Parker just put up a video about the attempts that he and I and a couple others had to do so at Cambridge. Like I said, this pure puzzle, unrealistic though it might be, is secretly connected to quantum computing. And believe it or not, studying this, I think puts you in a good position to understand what quantum computing even is. As a little bit of foreshadowing, some of you might have been wondering why it is that to see pi, you have to increase by powers of 100, as opposed to powers of 10. Since we work in base 10, maybe that's what you would expect. And the answer to that question is intimately connected with the fact that for quantum computers, search algorithms can be faster than they are for classical computers. I recognize that sentence probably sounds like complete nonsense, but bear with me here. I promise you, I will do my best at explaining this connection, but the thing is, the only way this has any hope of making sense is if you already have the solution to the original block collision puzzle loaded in your head, ready to make comparisons. So here's the game plan. I'm going to break this all down into two different parts. In this video, you and I will step through how you could discover for yourself what this number of collisions is, and pertinently why it would have anything to do with pi. This is essentially a second edition of the solution video I put out back in 2019. I wanted a chance to explain it better, tee things up for that quantum connection, and also to highlight a number of details that I neglected in the first one, like the sense in which this is technically an unsolved problem. Then in the next video, with some help from my theoretical physicist friend Adam Brown, who noticed this connection, I'll explain the basics of quantum computing, what Grover's algorithm is, and how these two seemingly completely unrelated topics are secretly the same thing. What makes this puzzle great, aside from the surprising pi of course, is how well poised it is to be a general problem-solving lesson. Very often when I present this as a lecture, I like to start by inviting the audience to begin by listing out a few general problem-solving principles. You might enjoy thinking of a few of your own, and as we go through, I'll highlight a couple that I have written down here. For example, one that's seemingly trivial but surprisingly useful is that if you're stuck on a hard problem, and I would consider this a hard problem, it never hurts to just list any equations or theorems that might somehow be relevant. So for this puzzle, where we have some colliding blocks, two relevant laws that might come to mind, especially if you have a recent physics class somewhere in your history, would be the conservation of energy and the conservation of momentum. The energy of one of these moving blocks would be 1/2 times its mass times its velocity squared. So let's say we call the mass of the big block m1 and call its velocity v1. And likewise, the mass of that little block will be m2 and its ever-changing velocity will be v2. Then the total kinetic energy between these two blocks is what you get by plugging in the numbers and adding these two quantities. The conservation of energy essentially says this number won't change throughout the experiment. Those two velocities will change, but they have to do so in such a way that this whole expression equals the same number. This is all, of course, assuming that no energy is lost to friction or to the collisions. The other quantity that's conserved is momentum. And the momentum for each block looks even simpler. It's just its mass times its velocity. So again, when you plug in the numbers and you compute this expression, you'll get something. And what the conservation of momentum tells us is that whatever that number is, it doesn't change even after the blocks collide with each other. Now, unlike energy, this momentum expression will actually change after that little block collides against the wall. Because really what's going on is it's transferring some of its momentum into that wall. Technically speaking, that should mean the wall starts moving a tiny amount, but again, we'll be idealistic and assume the wall is supermassive or fixed into the earth, and any movement that it has is negligible. Another principle I have up here is to just draw pictures. When you're trying to figure something out, actually make some figures. Visual intuition can help to think about things in different ways, and sometimes staring at the right diagram can expose a solution. So in this context, where the two values that are changing are v1 and v2, you might be inspired to draw a coordinate plane, where the x-coordinate encodes this value v1, and the y-coordinate encodes this value v2. Just to be crystal clear on what I mean by that, as the experiment unfolds and the blocks collide with each other and their two velocities change with each collision, this little point inside our space is going to move around that space as those two velocities change, always doing so in such a way that its coordinates tell you what v1 and v2 are. The hope is that as the whole experiment unfolds and we consider how exactly this point bounces around this slightly abstract velocity space, studying the path of that point can maybe yield insights about the underlying dynamics for the blocks. Even though we're just getting warmed up, this really is the key step in our whole problem-solving process. And it's a pretty common thing to do throughout physics, where if you have some dynamical situation with multiple numbers that are changing, when you package all those numbers together as a single point in a higher dimensional space, studying how that point moves through the space has a way of clarifying the whole problem. You could call this a state space, and this particular state space for us holds within it the key connection to the quantum computing parallel that we're going to be building up to. Now, in the context of this abstract velocity space, take a moment to think about what this conservation of energy equation is really telling us. When you take some number times x squared plus some number times y squared and set it equal to a constant, this is the equation for an ellipse. Our specific ellipse will be more squished in the x direction, since that number sitting in front of x is larger than the number sitting in front of y, and the size of the ellipse will depend on the total energy of the system. And this comes from what the initial velocity of that big block was. And interestingly, I never told you that velocity. It doesn't actually change the final answer. Whether it comes in fast or it comes in slow, you get the same total number of collisions. The experiment just unfolds more quickly or more slowly. As our experiment unfolds and that pair of velocities changes, it always does so in such a way that this point inside our state space stays constrained to this ellipse. If it landed anywhere else, it would mean energy was not conserved. Another principle I want to bring up here is how math and math-adjacent fields tend to reward you when you respect their symmetries. And in this case, we already know that pi is going to be somehow relevant to the answer, and pi has everything to do with circles, relating distances around the circumference of that circle to the radius. So on our hunt for pi, it's tantalizingly close to be working with an ellipse like this, and you might feel like it would be all the more natural and maybe more promising if this was instead a circle. Now we can actually make this into a circle just by changing what the coordinates of that state space represent. Here's what I mean by that. The equation for a circle looks like x squared plus y squared equals some constant without any numbers sitting in front of those variables. If I let x not represent v1, but I let it represent the square root of m1 times v1, then x squared gives us something that looks like 2 times the kinetic energy. And similarly, if y represents the square root of m2 times v2, that y-coordinate also more directly captures the energy of the little block. And this equation for the circle, x squared plus y squared equals some constant, now captures the conservation of energy, but in this rescaled coordinate system. Like I said, the hope is that adding a little more symmetry will make our problem easier to solve. And in a moment, you'll see how this is true. Let's take a minute to get a little familiar with what this diagram is really telling us. For example, at the very beginning, that big block has a negative velocity, so we must be somewhere on this left half of the plane. And that little block starts off stationary, meaning the y-coordinate is 0, and so we have to start out at the leftmost point of this circle. That's the initial condition. Now, after they collide with each other, what happens? Where do we end up? Well, physical intuition tells us that that little block picks up some kind of negative velocity, so we're going to have to end up somewhere where the y-coordinate is negative, and that big block loses some of its momentum. So the x-coordinate is going to get a little closer to 0 from where it was, even if you don't know exactly how much. And again, we have to stay somewhere on this circle. The circle represents all the points that have the same total energy, and so you might guess that our point lands somewhere on like this arc right here. To be more exact, we need to introduce the second conservation law, the conservation of momentum. Keep in mind though, at this point I've changed what the coordinates mean. So in our new coordinates, the momentum of the first block looks like the square root of m1 times x, and the momentum of the second looks like the square root of m2 times y. It's all saying the same thing, it's just a different coordinate system, and those masses are just constants anyway. The significance is that this whole equation is a linear equation in x and y. So in our diagram, it's going to look like some kind of line. More specifically, you can work out it's a line whose slope is the negative square root of the big mass divided by the small mass. Now this slope is going to be very important for us. It's the key quantity that we'll use to get the numerical answer that has digits looking like pi. And that square root is going to be very important for us later when we get to the quantum computing case. So remember this expression. Where this momentum line sits left and right depends
some small bug. It works, but you can see it's not intercepting that it is talking to itself. Is there another optional handler? Oh. Are we not doing that though? We're also checking if... I would hope. Probably not. On message. Okay, whatever. I'll assume it gets a message from the front end. FMA. Honestly, it's probably just because it's receiving. You can see maybe I'm tripping. Hey, you good? Maybe I fucked up my changes. I don't know. Doing this too long. Okay. Payload does not have an agent ID. Come on. Wake the fuck up. Hey. Agent should not connect to itself. I don't understand. No, because maybe here's a crazy idea, but maybe let's just try this. Actually, the agent ID is not. Agent ID is not. Okay. This is like a possible reality. There's some weird thing going on. You can also log it, look at the database. Testing our system. Can you say Marco? Agent ID, not runtime. Well, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. We have connections open. We have entries in there. ID. Runtime.agent ID. I'm back. So we have to make sure... Talking to one of our devs in the background. Gotta fix a couple things with... Well, I assume he'll fix this. This is probably fine, or close to fine. Switching over to WebSocket, so we have real-time streaming. Think about it. So, the thing to do is plug in publishing and registry. It's gonna be a grind. This is the last thing we have to do. Have a full, complete ecosystem ready to go. There's a few bug fixes, but this is the main architecture piece that's missing. I have been coding nonstop for 30 days straight. Maybe more. So... almost done. Think about publishing. So we already kind of have a publishing thing. We should just get it working locally. Make sure the end-to-end works, and that we have tests around it. Then we can add the NPM and GitHub testing. We just generally need to add tests. Should actually put this at the end, because we've already done that stuff. And test the core. It's probably the most important things. We're gonna have to do a lot here. This is gonna be like a day and a half, 2 days.
you.